Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Good morning to all of you. Welcome back this morning. We will continue on with the state's case this morning. As you may recall from Monday, we left off on the direct of Ms. Bree Davis. We'll be switching gears this morning due to some scheduling, and we're going to call another witness today, and then the state will bring back Ms. Davis on a later date. So just to orient you on where you are in terms of your notes and so forth. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the state. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Dr. Ferens.
My name is Michael Joseph Ferens, F as in Frank, E-R-E-N-C.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And sir, I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
May I approach for just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you have continuing permission.
Thank you. First of all, Doctor, would you introduce yourself to these folks over here?
I'm Michael Ferens. I'm a forensic pathologist.
All right. I'm going to bring Exhibit 21 up there in the possibility that you need to review a copy of your report.
Yes, sir, I've seen my report and I have printed my own copy of it as well.
Thank you. Doctor, first of all, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Department Coroner's Division in Stanislaus County, California,
And how long have you been there?
since 2019.
All righty. And by the way, Doctor, I don't know whether it's old age or not, but my voice tends to go soft on occasion. So I'm using this microphone. But if you don't understand one of my questions, don't hear it, let me know. I'll repeat it. All right?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, in your current position, can you describe for the jury what your daily routine is?
My daily routine is to deal with whatever cases California law brings us under the coroner's law, which are usually unnatural deaths or unexplained deaths or traumatic deaths, either by reviewing records, by reviewing laboratory tests, by doing autopsies and looking at other related testing.
All right. And when we use the term autopsy, I'm assuming most people know what that involves, but could you give us a general description? Let's say the local law enforcement agency is investigating a homicide, potential homicide. The victim's body is brought to you to perform an autopsy. Describe for us what you would do.
I would first review whatever records we have. We might, in certain cases, x-ray the bodies, such as in decomposed bodies. I would then do a preliminary examination, looking at the body for just overall appearances, even the clothing, what's on the body, recovering trace evidence if it hasn't already been done at the scene. Then followed by a more detailed external examination, looking for natural disease processes, variations among people, and of course injuries, and then an internal examination of the entire body, where again I look for disease processes or injuries, and in that case internally I'll take samples to be tested or to be saved.
All righty. And counsel, where do I need to stand so you can?
I can see pretty good, thank you.
Okay. Doctor, let me take you back a few years. First of all, where did you attend medical school?
The University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas,
And when did you graduate?
1981.
What did you do after that?
I was a family practice intern at St. Paul's Hospital, Dallas, Texas.
And so how did you come to get involved in pathology?
Actually, I worked my way through college and medical school as a lab tech in the blood bank, and it was sort of a natural fit. And I had a chance to go to New York Hospital.
And so you graduate from medical school. Do you consider yourself a forensic pathologist?
I would like to, and my credentials suggest I am.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at here is, so how did you get to that?
I then trained in pathology at the New York Hospital Cornell University Medical Center from 82 to 85. I did a year of basic research as a fellow at New York Hospital Cornell. And from most of 86 to 91, I worked at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City as a medical examiner. And during that time, I got my board certifications by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and in forensic pathology.
So in the course of your career as a medical examiner, can you estimate for us how many autopsies or post-mortem examinations you have done?
No, just several thousands. Typically, it's somewhere around 200 a year. This last year is the first year in a long time. It's like 160, or it's on track to being like 160.
All right. At some point, did you find your way to the valley here?
Yes, more than once.
And at one point in your career, did you were you employed at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
I believe it's 2012 to 2015.
And when you left there, when you left here, where did you go?
I went to Alameda County in San Francisco for their sheriff coroner division.
And you've used the term coroner. I've used the term medical examiner. Is there a difference?
Under California law, medical examiner, forensic pathologist, coroner's pathologist are basically describing the same job.
All righty. I want to take you to February of 2015. Were you employed here at that time?
2015?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was.
And were you at some point, did you become involved in the investigation into the death of a young woman by the name of Allison Feldman?
Yes, sir.
And did you perform an autopsy or post-mortem examination of Miss Feldman's body?
On the 19th of February, yes, sir.
All right. Typically, how long does this type of procedure take?
An autopsy can be highly variable. It can be even less than an hour in a, unfortunately now, typical fentanyl overdose kind of case. Or I've had autopsies that have taken me over a day and a half, up to 2 days.
Let's go to Ms. Feldman. And if you need to refer to the exhibit, and now I've forgotten the exhibit number, the one that in the booklet in front of you.
000448. But again, I have a copy if you want to take that one back. It's the one you sent me.
Well, why don't we use this one?
Yes, sir.
It'll make it better for the record.
Okay.
And I forget the exhibit number, but it is Exhibit 21, which contains your report.
Sorry.
So can you tell me, Doctor, and if you need to refer to it, just let us know that you're referring to it. But what I want to ask you is the height.
Your Honor.
Could you approach, please?
Okay, doctor, what I was about to ask you was if at some point you need to review the report to refresh your recollection, if you could let us know. I'm not going to ask you to read from your report, and I obviously at some point need to establish, whether you have a personal recollection of some of the details. So my first question to you is, do you recall today, without looking at your report, Miss Feldman's weight and height?
She's 5'7" and she's more than 150 pounds, but exactly how much I'd have to look.
And let me ask you this. Over the last couple of months, have you had occasion to review your original report?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
have you had occasion to review photographs that were taken during this post-mortem examination?
Yes, sir.
Did any of that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at some of those photographs help you describe your observations that you made during your examination?
I think so. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, at this point, for the record, we have a stipulation to the introduction of several photographs. They are 518 through 544, I believe.
Okay, and any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 518 through 544 into evidence.
As well as 468.
And any objection to 468? It's ordered admitting exhibit 468 into evidence.
Doctor, so how did Miss Feldman's body get to the medical examiner's office?
I don't know the details of the record of who transported and things of that nature, but personnel from our office went to the scene, secured the body in a pouch, sealed it, and brought it back to the office.
So I want to show you exhibit 529. What do we see here, doctor?
We see probably the first picture taken by our technician, showing the case number on the black and white metal marker board. And next to it is the sealed pouch with the zipper sealed by a medical examiner seal 000288.
And the number that we see here, 15-1238, what number is that?
That's the unique case number assigned to her.
So when I show you some of the photographs, is it possible that same number is going to appear?
It should.
All righty.
And then, of course, Mr. Imbordino, if you could just give me a heads up if you're going to show a sensitive photo.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Doctor, before we get into the details of your findings, what I would like to do, in the event that there may be some jurors or people who don't hear some of these terms every day, I have a list of terms I want to ask you to define. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I have provided a copy to the court reporter as well as defense.
Okay.
It's not an exhibit, just demonstrative
Okay.
purposes.
Any objections?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, Your Honor, can I ask if the jurors are able to see this?
If there's anyone who can't see it, could you raise your hand? And there are no hands raised.
So let's start at the top. These are some terms that I picked out myself, not for any particular reason, but let's start out with asphyxial injury. If we use that term, what are we describing? What are you describing?
Asphyxia injuries means injuries obviously related to asphyxia, with asphyxia being something that causes inadequate oxygen delivery to the blood or the body tissues and inadequate removal of carbon dioxide and waste products. So it's basically the kind of injuries from drowning, from choking, from strangling, from being crushed under the car jack to chemical poisonings, things of that nature. It's a very broad category.
All right, sir. Have you seen those type of injuries during your professional career?
Yes, sir. All of those that I described.
The next term, petechial hemorrhage. What would you be describing there?
Petechial hemorrhages are simply little pinpoint size hemorrhages, like this, literally the size of a pinpoint, that occur sometimes in tissues due to ruptured tiny blood vessels, and they're frequently a marking that some form of asphyxia occurred. They're not absolute proof of asphyxia, because I could see them in a heart attack victim sometimes, but they're the smoke that makes you worried about fire for asphyxia.
Some what may be common terms here, but abrasion, contusion, is there a difference between the two?
Yes, sir.
And describe what that is, please.
Abrasion is just a word that means a scrape, something that tears at the superficial layers of the skin, rubs them off, a scrape. Contusion is a word that simply means bruise, meaning that hemorrhaging has occurred into the tissues.
And with any of these injuries, well, let me go to the next three terms. Antemortem, perimortem, postmortem. What do those terms indicate?
Antemortem means before death. It's usually distinguished because there's hemorrhage in the tissues, and somebody has to have blood pressure in most cases to get hemorrhage in the tissue, unless there's some unique situations. Perimortem means I can't really be sure. Is it at the moment of death, just before death, after death? And postmortem means that there's just nothing to suggest that this is something that happened after, while the person was alive. It happened after they were dead.
So if you're conducting an examination and you see abrasions and contusions, is it possible for you to come to an opinion as to whether they were before death?
Sometimes with abrasions, it's hard. Most of the time, the color changes and surrounding effects to the skin tell you that it is antemortem. Contusions, by definition, mean that there was blood pressure there, or almost always. As I said, there's always exceptions, but always means that there's blood pressure there. It means the person's alive.
And is that because the heart is beating?
It means that the circulatory system still has pressure in it.
Okay. And how does that pressure get there?
Okay, you're right. A heart's beating.
All right. I'm sorry. This is a word I always have trouble pronouncing, but comminuted fracture.
That's perfect. It just means a fracture that's broken, sort of like a china cup with all sorts of interlocking fracture lines running through it.
Hilar region, Hilar.
As relates to this case, it refers to where the lungs join the middle of the chest and the trachea. It's the little bridge across between the right and left lungs.
Vaginal introitus,
The entrance into the vagina,
cervix,
the cervix. Cervix literally means neck in, I think it's Greek, I'm not sure.
So the cervix is located where within the vaginal area?
It's the end of the uterus or the uterine. One of its old names is cervix uteri. It's cervix uteri. It's the end of where the vagina spills out into where the uterus spills out into the vagina.
Not sure if it's rigor or rigor. I've heard both. Mortis.
Either way, rigor mortis is stiffening of the muscles after death.
Livor mortis.
Livor mortis is the settling of blood after death. So you can see it under the skin.
So let's assume that an individual, and I'm not speaking of Miss Feldman here, falls over, heart attack, dies on the floor of their home several hours before somebody finds them. Are these two processes going to occur?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain that?
The rigor mortis will start forming after circulation stops and the blood starts getting more acidotic with lactic acid. The muscle fibers don't contract, they gel. So whatever position he's in, if, as I'm demonstrating, I have my arms in front of my head crossed, then that's the way it'll stay even if you turn him. The livor mortis or liver mortis will settle like sands in an hourglass to wherever gravity pulls them, unless somebody flips the body over again and then the sands start going the other way. But so assuming they're not moved, it will settle down. So if this person fell face up, then their back and their derriere would have a purple color to it related to the blood settling. And after a while, a number of hours, that blood stays there, even if I flip them over again.
Subarachnoid hemorrhage.
It means hemorrhage inside the skull on the surface of the brain on one of the very thin, delicate membranes that covers the brain.
And lastly, hemothorax.
Means blood in the chest.
Doctor, before I get to the actual examination of Miss Feldman, you indicated that you performed the autopsy on the 19th of February 2015, correct?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you proceed to the scene where her body had been found?
Yes, sir. I think that afternoon.
So then obviously when you arrived, we can assume that her body wasn't there anymore, correct?
That's correct.
When you went to the scene, did you enter the residence?
Yes, sir.
And did you proceed? Well, so you entered the front door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is on the 19th. Do you recall whether you noticed any sort of odor?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Strong smell of bleach.
What is it, if you know about bleach? What is it that would? I mean, like, I think most of us are familiar with using bleach during the laundry process on occasion. But what is it that you're smelling? What is that odor from?
Well, bleach is sodium NaOCl. And so as it breaks down, because it's actually fairly unstable, you get chlorine release. So you're smelling chlorine type smells.
You enter the front door. Where do you go?
I went sort of to the central area of the living room, And at one point in time, I walked towards the back door. I don't think I went into the back. I might have taken a step in there, but that's basically it based upon my memory. The scene was still being actively processed, so I didn't want to do anything that might damage things.
Yes, sir. So showing you Exhibit 518. And I would ask you to assume, doctor, that this, assume, for the sake of my question, this back door here, Arcadia door, sliding door, um, opened to the backyard. Is that where you ended your walk at that point?
Somewhere around there, either stepping outside or just staying inside. I just don't remember.
All right, sir. I want to show you Exhibit 468. And, Your Honor, this is one of the more sensitive
Okay.
photographs.
We will not film these photos.
Doctor, I would like you to assume for me, please, for the sake of my question, that, and I'll show you another photograph in just a moment. .232, which is in evidence. Let me show you that one first. So assume for me that when police arrived, there's been testimony that Miss Feldman's body was found in this position at this location. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then this photograph, assumed for me, was taken after her body had been removed by the medical examiner's office. What I want to do is focus on I'm going to call it a blood stain, blood stains. And what I want to ask you is, we've also had descriptions of blood in the living room area, various locations. The injuries that you observed, which of those injuries could have resulted in the blood that we're seeing here?
The sources of blood on her were her back of her head, on her nose, and in her vagina. The blood I'm seeing in this picture, including the feathering from hair moving through it, is blood from her head primarily.
In your examination of Miss Feldman's body, did you observe any post-mortem injuries, artifacts that might have been related to a product such as bleach?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for us.
Over various parts of the body, there was damage that was consistent with what I've seen before from bleach, where it's a caustic chemical that damages the tissue and typically leaves a yellow or gray appearance. There were splashes, little tiny bleach injuries, splash type ones, various parts of the body. There was even a ring of bleach damage in her umbilicus, her belly button, and there was bleach injuries all along the posterior backside of her body, where you could see where the bleach dammed against the skin that was forming a seal against the floor.
You mentioned the umbilicus. Let me show you Exhibit 519. Is this what you're referring to?
Yes, sir, that's a picture of her belly button.
All right, and so describe for us what about this appearance led you to conclude that this is a result of a product such as bleach?
It's what bleach does to human tissue. I've seen it many times before. It's sort of a yellowish color. Sometimes in here the edges look a little brown. Sometimes it has a grayish color. It's a caustic chemical that's disrupting the tissue. Eventually it would actually start eating further down.
And Your Honor, just for our purposes here, I would say that the rest of the photographs, for the most part, are those that one would consider shouldn't be filmed.
Thank you. We will not film these portions.
So Exhibit 526. Describe, Doctor, what we see here in this photograph.
In the center of the photograph, you're seeing the purple color, which is lividity, the settling of blood that I described earlier. You're seeing marks sort of outlining sort of the shoulder blades and the buttocks, which are the result of bleach. Again, some of it is dried, so it has a brown color. As the skin is damaged, it dries. The rest of it's sort of grayish yellow. That's from bleach. And of course, at the top, you can see hemorrhage in her hair, bleeding in her hair.
So, Doctor, assuming, excuse me, she was found on her back and this photograph is taken after she's moved, why is this portion, the whiter portion of her skin, why is it not purple as well?
Because it's firmly against a hard surface, which isn't allowing the blood to collect there. It's a blanching spot, just as if I were to, as I'm doing with my pointer finger, press it down here, it's white for a little second because I'm blanching it.
.527, same question really. What are we observing here?
We're looking at the lady's buttocks and the back of her thighs. We're seeing a little bit of lividity showing through and some very minor injuries, a little bit of blood coming down from the genital area towards the back of her. And then primarily you're seeing, again, bleach outlines with the darker parts being areas where it's the damaged skin is dried, and the other areas sort of the yellowish gray color that's caused by caustic bleach.
So, Doctor, I'm pointing here too. I'm going to refer to that as the left buttocks area, this red colored stain. What is that?
That's what I just described. There's a little bit on the right side as well. It's blood.
And in your opinion, came from where?
The only source nearby it, and it's contiguous with this source, meaning it runs from it, is the genital area.
A moment ago, you referred to the hair, Miss Feldman's hair, from that photograph in the hallway. But let me show you Exhibit 528. Assume for me that this is a photograph taken of Miss Feldman's, at least a portion of her head. What do you, for you, I mean, what do you see here?
I see that the hair is heavily saturated with blood. Some of it looks like it's trying to clot or it tried to clot, and that I can see there's at least some injuries on the scalp underneath the hair.
Showing you Exhibit 536, Doctor. So again, this number 151238 identifies Ms. Feldman's case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So describe for us what's pictured here that you observed during your examination.
Starting from the bottom, there's two small abrasions on the neck. There's some abrasions on the pinna, the floppy part of the ear. And you can start seeing, although it's not easy to see in this particular photograph, the lacerations on the back of her head.
And so these reddish or brownish looking areas on the back of her ears, those are abrasions.
Yes, sir, they're probably abrasions. There is a possibility they could be caused by splashing bleach, but they look more like abrasions.
And obviously, doctor, when this image is taken, can we assume Ms. Feldman's head had been shaved?
I shaved it, yes, sir.
Okay. Exhibit 535. Describe what we're seeing here, doctor.
We're looking at the back of her head as if we were standing behind and looking forward from her right shoulder. And you're seeing the three lacerations after everything's cleaned up and as much blood removed as possible. A small laceration near where the top, where the head hair has been shaved, a slightly bigger one towards the back of the head, and the largest one sort of the right back of the head.
And when you refer to them as a laceration, what are the possibilities of what caused those lacerations?
Lacerations are due to blunt force. So a blunt impact produces these lacerations. Whether that impact is an object hitting something, whether instead it's the head hitting something, or some other variation on it, it's simply an impact by a blunt force.
And do you have an opinion as to whether the three injuries you've described occurred at the same time or separate applications of force?
They're by far most likely separate applications of force. If you think about your own skull and feel it, and it's rounded, how could you hit such a unique surface to tear in three different spots in one impact? So it probably represents three separate impacts.
Now, I don't have a photograph of it, doctor, but at some point in your examination, would you have opened her skull?
Yes, sir.
And so describe what, if any, injuries that you found beneath the lacerations.
There was hemorrhage in the scalp, again, antemortem hemorrhage. There was hemorrhage in the layer of the subarachnoid or the arachnoid, which is a thin, transparent thing.
And you said, I think you described it as the hemorrhage is antemortem, so before death.
Yes, sir.
Thus, the force, doctor, that caused these injuries, in your opinion, would that have resulted in Miss Feldman's death?
Unattended, it could, but it's also potentially survivable. The skull is not fractured. There's no contusions or bruises to the brain. But it would have been a significant amount of force that's actually caused this damage. If a person was left there unconscious, lying there for a day, yeah, they could die.
So you use the term unconscious. I want to ask you about that. would these injuries, could they have rendered Ms. Feldman unconscious?
They would have either rendered her unconscious or in some decreased level of consciousness, stupor, something of that nature. She's been impacted hard enough by whatever means to cause actual bleeding on the surface of the brain, not the brain itself, but on the surface.
Now, doctor, before I get into other injuries, let's assume that there are, for the sake of my question here, that during your examination of Ms. Feldman, you found multiple injuries, various locations on her body, her head, her vagina, her torso, because we often get this question. Are you able to tell us in what order they occurred?
No, but I can simply say that they occurred while the person had blood pressure. She was alive when she had her head injury. She's alive when she had her torso injuries. She's alive when she had her vaginal injuries.
Showing you Exhibit 537.
Oh.
What are we looking at here, doctor?
Would you slide it up a little?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's hard to see. It doesn't come out very well in the photographs and the prints, but basically there are, in the originals, you can see it a little better. There's little pinpoint hemorrhages. You can possibly see a few around there. There's also a slightly larger than petechial hemorrhage right where the forceps are. A small little purple, P-U-R-P-U-R-A-L hemorrhage. But there's petechia there.
And do you have an opinion as to what resulted in those?
The petechia there and on the inside of the lips is consistent with asphyxial compression of the neck.
So showing you Exhibit 538. Do I have it positioned correctly, doctor?
Yes, that's her upper lip. Yeah, is it her upper lip? Yes, it is, of course. And where the top forcep is clamping down there, just below that, you can probably still see the outline in this picture of some of the petechial hemorrhages. They weren't massive, but they were in multiple different locations.
Doctor, what about below the lower lip? Where my finger is pointing?
Some of those may be real abrasions. Some of them may be related to splashing from bleach type products.
Did you examine Ms. Feldman's tongue?
Yes, sir.
And what, if anything, did you observe?
There was a laceration near the front of the tongue, the tip of the tongue, that would be consistent with what I've seen in the past from when you bite down on your tongue and one of your incisor teeth goes through it.
Do you recall whether you have an opinion as to whether that damage was antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem?
The tongue?
Yes.
I went into the muscle of the tongue and I could see hemorrhage, so it's antemortem.
Again, so while there's still blood pressure.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 539. Describe what we're seeing here, doctor.
We're looking at the front of the lady's neck. You're seeing some injuries on the face that some of them could be bleach, others clearly, or clearly to me at least, are antemortem abrasions and contusions, for example, under the chin. And then across the front of the neck, and if you continue, you see that it's slightly sloping upwards, is a band of abrasion and probably some contusion there that does just that. It runs across the front of the neck.
Exhibit 542. And for the time being, Doctor, I'd like to focus on the neck area. Are we seeing a continuation of what you just described on 539?
Yes, sir.
And this 542, would it be correct we're looking at the right side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you 543. Would this be focused on the left side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
And do you see this reddish area that I'm pointing to?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
On both of these previous pictures, it's the upward sloping continuation of the abrasion around the front of the neck.
While I have this image up, Doctor, focus please on her left arm. What are we seeing there?
You're seeing the edge of a contusion just above her armpit skin fold. I think that's what that is. But the rest of that is the effect of bleach, a line where the skin was damming the bleach against the skin. In other words, the skin was pressed against the floor or flooring or some surface, and bleach stopped at that point.
And the contusion that you described above her armpit, is that this area here where I'm pointing?
Yes, sir, where you can see just barely a little stubble from her armpit.
Again, would that have been when there was still blood pressure?
Yes, sir.
Back to 542. Again, I'd like you to focus on her right arm. Doctor, what are we seeing here?
We're seeing some lividity effects, but we're also seeing the effects of bleach, particularly on the part of her upper arm that's closer to her head. You're also seeing a bruise, a contusion in that upper arm as well.
Doctor, during the course of your examination of Ms. Feldman, you've described the injury that you observed to her neck. I don't remember if I asked you this, or you said this. The marks across the front of her neck, left side, right side. Was there still blood pressure at that point?
To produce the petechial hemorrhages, it's likely it was, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you cut into her neck?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
To see what internal damage there was and to see what other patterns or effects there might be.
So sometimes, Doctor, I look at these photographs, I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but 544 I'm going to ask you to tell us what we're seeing here.
I think that's oh yes, I know where this is now. And I only know because I've reviewed the photographs in the past, because right now that would be sort of hard to orient. Although lower part is part of the trachea and cartilage. The upper part, I see either a horn, a hyoid bone, and muscle. So we're looking at the right cricoid cartilage. It's a cartilage that's between the laryngeal cartilage, which is the one you think about as your voice box or your Adam's apple, and the trachea or windpipe below it. And it's showing hemorrhage, and you can see that some of the little cartilage pieces are displaced. They're fractured, comminuted fractures.
And the hemorrhage, uh, would that have been antemortem?
Yes, sir.
And what caused this hemorrhage that we see?
The cause of the hemorrhage is blunt force applied to the neck. Exactly how that blunt force occurred is possibly due to the ligature, but it's more often, far more often, I've seen it when someone actually has their hands around a person's neck.
So you're describing some things. I have exhibits 545, 546. They're not in evidence. I'm just using them, Doctor, to have you describe the neck area. So let me put 545 first on the screen.
I just want to confirm no objection.
Objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go through this. Take us through this, please.
Do you
What do we
want me to mark that, or what
No,
are you asking me to do?
just identify what we're looking at, what the terms are, etc.
This is just a schematic diagram labeled with different parts of the anterior neck structures. Again, for orientation, so everybody knows where they are, once one area is clearly labeled Adam's apple, that prominence of your thyroid cartilage is what you feel as an Adam's apple. Below that cartilage, they interlock, is the cricoid cartilage. On the right side of that cricoid cartilage is where there were fractures and hemorrhage in there. On the top of the thyroid cartilages, there are actually several that make the one big unit. The superior horns, which look like two horns on either side, just below the yellow thing, which is the hyoid bone. Both of those horns were broken and had hemorrhage around them. And then the hyoid bone also had hemorrhage on the left side. Now, the hyoid bone was not fused like it is in this picture, like it would be in my neck. I'm old. In a younger person, it usually has cartilage and is in three pieces. So there was hemorrhage where the cartilage at the left side wing of the hyoid meets the body of the hyoid.
And you mentioned a couple of times, I think, you observed fractures.
Yes, sir. The cartilage, the superior horns were fractured. The cartilage of the cricoid was fractured. The hyoid suggested damage, but it wasn't a fracture.
Let me show you 546, again, for demonstrative purposes only. Describe what we're seeing here, Doctor.
You're seeing anatomical diagram, again, showing the front of the neck. It's showing the lower jaw exposed, and the various muscles of the neck that you can feel. For example, a very big long one is your sternocleidoid mastoid, which you can feel when you turn your neck. And you can also see the hyoid bone, where various muscles from below the jaw and coming up from the neck join into that bone. And you can see the prominence of your thyroid cartilage, the Adam's apple there as well. And you can actually see the cricoid cartilage. Well, you didn't ask me, sorry.
Are you able to point on this diagram where the fractures were?
Mostly. There was a fracture of the cricoid cartilage on the right side. So if you go up the midline from the picture and just before you reach your Adam's apple cartilage, the one below it on the right side, that muscle had hemorrhage in it, it had fractures. You cannot see the wings of the superior horns of the thyroid cartilage, but they're underneath these muscles that are below the hyoid bone.
But in 545, you can see the horns that you've talked about.
Yes, sir. The horns are labeled superior horn. They're the gray horn-like things. They're called cornu, or horns, that come off that cartilage. Again, they're part of several cartilages put together.
So, Ms. Feldman was, I believe, was she not approximately 31 years of age?
Yes, sir.
What does that have to do, if anything, about what you would have seen in terms of her hyoid bone?
Her hyoid bone, it wasn't heavily ossified. All these structures get bony as you get older. They ossify, and they get more brittle, okay? And her hyoid bone was still that of a young to middle-aged woman.
So, if someone heard that an individual had been strangled and their hyoid bone had been fractured or broken, does that always occur during strangulation?
No,
And why not?
depends on how well they were being strangled, how often they were being strangled, how the hands were positioned, dozens and dozens of other purely technical factors. But it is one of the more classic findings in forms of strangulation.
Let's talk about the fractures that you described to the cartilage within the neck area. Is it unusual to find those kinds of fractures?
In throttling cases, people putting their hands, and even sometimes in ligature or garroting type strangulations, no, you see that. You don't see it all the time, but you see it frequently.
Okay. And in order to cause those fractures in a young woman who was 31 years of age, what sort of force would need to be applied to result in the fractures that you saw?
A pincher type squeezing force, as one could do with a hand, squeezing from either side, pushing inwards. That's the classic way to do it, sort of a plier kind of effect.
Does can strangulation, either with a ligature or your hands, result in rendering someone unconscious?
Absolutely, it can.
And why does that happen?
Because you've interrupted the blood flow. People think strangulation is the airway. It's not. It's the blood vessels, the veins and arteries. When you block those, the brain doesn't get oxygen and you pass out.
And can you estimate how long that might take?
How was the person being strangled? And was it stop-started continually? If I go based upon a single strangulation event, I mean, even things as simple as suicidal hangings, a person is usually unconscious in a matter of seconds. It could be as little as 15, usually a little longer, a half a minute. And their brain is dead in 3 to 5 minutes.
Have you personally conducted postmortem examinations of individuals that had been either strangled or hung?
Many times in strangled people, we don't typically do autopsies on hanging cases anymore unless there's something doesn't quite add up.
Would in your career at least, are most of the hangings that you've been involved with at least considered to be suicide?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's talk about first of all, do you have an opinion if we assume that Ms. Feldman was manually strangled at some point, would it have been would the force have been applied from the front or the back, if you have an opinion?
Manual strangulation occurs with the force applied to the front of the neck.
Well, we have this ligature that you've described, this potential ligature strangulation, and the injury was consistent with a ligature being used, correct?
Yes, sir.
In examining Ms. Feldman's body, were you able to come to any conclusion as to what was used as a ligature?
Not really. I mean, there's nothing that, sometimes you have marks that say a chain was used. Sometimes you can see the pattern of a certain kind of rope. But I have no idea if when she received this injury, she was dressed and there were layers there. I don't know what was used. I don't know if there was something else intervening between it. So no, I can't tell you what it was, other than it was some kind of band that went around her neck from the front.
Was it different in appearance than a hanging?
Actually, it was very similar in appearance to a hanging, in that the marks were on the front of the neck, across the front, and sloping upwards, and basically disappeared at the back of the neck by the time you reached the back of the neck.
So based upon your experience in your examination of Ms. Feldman, whoever was using this ligature to strangle, my terms, Ms. Feldman, strangle her or restrain her in some way, were they in front of her, behind her, to the side of her?
Relative to her body, they were behind her. I don't know if it occurred, she's on the floor, she's in a sitting position, standing, but the person was behind her.
Dr. Whoops. Before I move to Ms. Feldman's hands, a photograph of her face that I neglected to show you, Exhibit 522. And I'd like, first of all, focus on her chin. If I can get it there. The chin area. What are we seeing here?
You're seeing an abrasion in that picture. In one of your previous pictures, there's a little bruising there as well.
And here again, do we see these marks that are at least consistent with some type of ligature?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to focus on her right ear for me, please. Appears there was an earring there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there an earring in her left ear?
No, sir.
And with this earring, you know, when you complete a postmortem examination, doctor, are there items that you sometimes turn over to the investigating agency?
Yes, sir.
And is that earring such an item?
It either went there or into property. Either way, it was conveyed to the appropriate people.
Dr. Exhibit 521, I'd like to focus on Ms. Feldman's nose, if you will. What are we seeing there?
You're seeing an abrasion going across her nose, probably some bruising underneath it. There's actually a small laceration on the upper part of her nose and a small fleck of some foreign material.
That, and that injury would have, in your opinion, been caused how?
It was a blunt impact injury.
Did it fracture her nose?
I didn't see a fracture in the x-rays and I couldn't feel a fracture.
Okay, now I'd like to move to her hands. Your Honor, what, 1149. Okay. Exhibit 524. And as sometimes happens with these photographs, I can't tell which hand this is.
This is the left hand.
All right. Describe for us what we're seeing here.
You're seeing the back of the lady's left hand. You're seeing multiple bruises, purple to purple blue bruises, primarily in her knuckle areas. You're also seeing some tan yellow discolorations that are probably splashed bleach.
And let's focus on the, I'm sorry, did you describe these as contusions?
These are contusions, that is bruising.
All right. Would there have been blood pressure when these were caused?
Yes, sir, the person would have been alive with blood pressure.
And they are a result of some kind of, are they a result of some sort of force?
Yes, sir, they're blunt impact.
So what are our options here?
She either struck something with her hand or somehow her hand was thrust in such a fashion that it struck something. It's either a blow or an impact.
Exhibit 525. Do we know which hand this is?
Yes, sir, it's the right hand.
Okay. Again, if you could describe any injuries that we see here.
On the back of this right hand, not on the knuckles, a little further back towards the wrist, there's multiple contusions on there. Then the yellow tan marks probably are splash bleach. They could be real abrasions, but either way, they're minor.
$532. Which hand?
It's her right hand. I'm dyslexic, so I have to do this all the time. Sorry. Showing a contusion at the base of her thumb.
$531.
This is showing her left hand. And actually, most of it that you're seeing is the effects of bleach, where the bleach is actually starting to corrode into the tissues. That's the yellowish staining. But you're also seeing that 2 of her fingernail extensions have somehow been broken off.
$533.
Yes, sir.
Which hand?
This is the right hand. And other than the bleach effects, this is the palmar surface of the right hand, excuse me. other than the bleach effects, and I don't know why it's blackened at that edge, I just don't know, but it's not a bruise. You're not seeing anything. The darkening over the base of the thumb is the normal muscle there. That's called the thenar muscle. And her fingernails here are intact. You can see the red extension that's missing on the other hand.
$5.30.
Yes, sir.
Which hand?
This is the left hand.
And again, are we seeing evidence of the bleach?
Yes, we're seeing evidence of the bleach, and we're seeing evidence of where her, what are these called? My wife gets them all the time. French extensions, whatever they're called, have been broken off on the third and fourth digits.
Were there any fractures of her fingers?
Not that I detected.
This, I'm pointing here to the up, like above, I think I'm pointing to above her thumb, close to the wrist.
That's the thenar eminence.
Is that an abrasion or a contusion?
I think it's a contusion we saw in a previous picture, but it is a contusion.
Your Honor, I think I've ended with the hands. I think this would be a good time to take a break.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We will see you back at 1:30, and please remember that admonition. Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and we have Dr. Ferentz, who continues to be under oath, and we will continue with the direct examination of this witness.
Thank you. Doctor, a couple of things that I neglected to ask you. Showing you again Exhibit 522. I'd like to focus on the neck area of Miss Feldman. Are there any, I'll use the term scratch. It's probably not a medical term, but so an abrasion on either side of her neck that we would be able to visualize.
They're on both sides of her neck. In the picture you're showing, actually it looks more like a pattern injury, something that had a regular periodicity, meaning evenly separated lines, is going across the neck in front of and below the angle of the jaw.
Did you see anything in your examination of her neck that would suggest something like fingernails?
Yes, sir, I think it's more on the other side of the neck. Or it could be interpreted as fingernails. I don't know that it was.
Correct. Yeah, thank you. Exhibit 523. Where would we be looking?
You'd be looking at her mandible, her lower jaw, along the body, the long part of the jaw. There's a long part of the jaw. There's some abrasions there that could be interpreted as marks related to fingernails.
Now, I think earlier I recall you're describing the manual strangulation, and you demonstrated a pinching action using your fingers, correct?
My finger and my thumb, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, if we assume for the sake of argument that the marks you observed were from fingernails, do you know whether they would be the person who strangled her or from her struggling with the ligature?
I can't tell.
Showing you Exhibit 540. Doctor, we're looking at a photograph taken at the medical examiner's office of Miss Feldman's legs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what injuries, if any, did you observe?
In the picture, you can see on both legs, around the knees and on the shins, there are several bruises up to about 2 inches in greatest dimension. There's also a lot of splash effect that would be, or yellow damaged skin that would be consistent with a splash effect from bleach.
And the bruises or abrasions, would that have occurred while Miss Feldman's heart was beating, when there was blood pressure?
Yes, when she was alive, yes, sir.
Now, Doctor, are you familiar with the term defensive injuries?
Yes, sir.
And what would that mean to you?
It's an interpretation of what you see as injuries. The interpretation is that you see injuries on the outstretched parts of arms, like forearms, or on hands, that indicate a person is trying to fend off an attacker. So it's a conclusion, but it's based upon what you see.
Okay. And do you see that anything consistent with that, with the injuries you observed?
The injuries on her hands are consistent with that, and some of the bruises on her arms are non-specific, but they could be part of that.
Doctor, I have a couple of photographs that are in evidence to show you. So what I need for you, for the purpose of my next questions, assume a couple of things. These photographs were taken of an area of the swimming pool in Miss Feldman's backyard. Number one, so showing you Exhibit 97. And I want you to, if you will, please focus on this, what appears to be a missing pool tile. All right, sir? I would also ask you to assume, doctor, that, again, assume that the other earring that was not, that matched the earring that was on Miss Feldman's ear, that we saw a photo later, the other earring was found in the pool, okay? My question to you is, given the injuries to her, any of the injuries that you observed that could have been caused by forceful contact with the edge of this swimming pool,
Yes, sir.
what would those be?
Well, I don't know that we've discussed it, I can't remember, from the morning, but that would be consistent with some of the injuries inside of her chest.
Would that be related to the potential compression asphyxiation?
Well, the compression, it could have also caused some asphyxiation, but all I can be sure is it's a blunt compression.
Did you see any evidence of compression asphyxiation?
I saw that inside the chest, the hilum of the right lung, I think, had some hemorrhage around it and slight tearing. There was also a collection less than a pint of blood in the right chest cavity, and there were bubbles of air going into the mediastinum, which is the soft tissue around the heart. And that there wasn't any single dramatic bruise on the front of her chest or bruise in the back of her chest, so it would be a very broad force that abruptly put a lot of pressure into her chest cavity, and that would be consistent with something like this tile.
Again, assume for me, doctor, showing you Exhibit 100, assume that Miss Feldman's blood and her hair, part of her hair, was found on this tile. Would that be consistent with what you're describing?
Yes, sir, but it would also be consistent with that's how she could have gotten some of her head lacerations.
Doctor, do you recall, doctor, giving the Scottsdale Police Department crime lab folks permission to take swabs of from Miss Feldman's body at the scene?
No, I'm not the one that did that. Dr. Who did that.
All right, sir. Okay. The last thing I want to I think it's the last thing that I want to ask you about. In your examination, did you find any injuries to Miss Feldman's vaginal area, inside the vagina?
Yes, sir.
In doing that evaluation, are you familiar with the terminology sexual assault kit?
Yes, sir.
And did you utilize one of those?
I utilized at least some of the components of one. A lot of the components never matter.
Okay, so explain what you did.
Well, I followed whatever procedure we were doing at the time. There should have been a record of whatever samples were saved, but I basically saved any trace evidence I saw on the body surfaces, and then did at least under visualization a swab inside the vagina and a swab of the rectum, and I probably did a swab of the oral cavity, but again, I don't have those records.
And you would not have performed any testing of those items, correct?
No, I don't think we did slides back then. I do them now, but we didn't do them back then.
All right. And would those have been turned over to the investigative agency?
Yes, they would have been put into the chain of custody in our office and given to the police, yes.
Describe, doctor, what, if any, injuries that you observed to Ms. Feldman's vaginal area or internally of her vagina.
Near the outside of the entrance of the vagina, there were various tears associated with hemorrhage in the tissues, bleeding in the tissues, bruising, both on the right and left side. The largest one was on the left side, and it was rather fairly big. I'd have to refer to my report for the dimensions, but it's fairly big and it extended inside to the inner wall of the vagina.
Doctor, could you turn to page 5 of 10 of your report?
Yes, sir.
And I want to direct your attention to the paragraph entitled Injuries to the Genital Area. Could you read that to yourself? And
Objection, Your Honor.
Could you approach, please?
section that I referenced to yourself, not out loud, but to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Now, one other preliminary question. Let's talk about this report for a moment. When you conduct an autopsy like you did of Ms. Feldman, is a written report prepared by you?
Yes, sir.
And does it document your findings that you saw at the time?
I hope so. Yes, sir.
How long after you did your evaluation? Well, let me ask you this. Do you type it out yourself? Do you dictate it?
I don't know which one of those I was doing at the time, but if I dictated it, I used to use IBM type software. If I type it myself. And I actually always type my own reports since the 1990s.
So let me ask you this. You indicated that there was an injury that went internally, maybe not your words, but inside the vagina. What was the measurement of that injury?
I didn't measure how far it went inside the vagina, but the overall measurement of that laceration was 2.5 inches.
And describe the laceration extended internally, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by internally?
Meaning past sort of the circle that forms the entrance to the vagina, so that it's extending beyond the vulvar structures into the wall of the vagina.
Showing you Exhibit 534. Can you describe for us what we're seeing here, Doctor?
Yes, sir. You're seeing a picture of her vagina showing that laceration. I should have really said it's extending from the labia minora there, but it's extending into the vagina. You can't see it going inside. You also see one or two other lacerations higher up and lower. Oh, and to orient yourself, the top of the picture is the anterior part of her body, and the lower part, you can barely see it, you can see her rectum is the posterior part of the body.
All right. But you yourself, if I understood you correctly, observed the laceration that went internally.
Yes, sir.
Doctor, in your experience as a forensic pathologist, medical examiner, have you had any experience with injuries to the vagina of women caused by penetration by an object?
Yes, sir.
And I want to clarify that. I mean an object other than a penis.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us some examples of what you have seen?
I've seen a hairbrush pushed in to do damage with both ends probably used. I've seen bottles stuck in and that were the wrong size to be able to go in there. I've seen a crack pipe used, a metal crack pipe used to cause damage. I think I've seen glass used. I'm trying to remember that. I don't want to mix up cases between that and rectal injuries, but I've seen various things done.
So, do you have any opinions, doctor, as to whether or not the injuries that you observed were the result of penetration by a male penis?
It's extremely, extremely, extremely unlikely. This is a healthy woman with normal tissues, not an elderly person where it would tear very easily. And to be quite frank, it's extremely unlikely a male is going to do that kind of thing that would leave injuries on himself.
You mentioned, doctor, a bottle or glass could potentially have caused these injuries, correct?
I've seen that before, yes, sir.
So I want to show you what's in evidence, states Exhibit 10. Are you able to observe the glass bottle piece?
Yes, sir.
Could this have caused those injuries?
And in its current state in the picture, yes, the glass edges could have caused tearing, a tearing that's somewhere almost at the point of cutting. And also the bottle cap could also have caused those injuries where it's crimped.
give me just a moment, Your Honor. Doctor, one last question. The 2.5-inch long laceration that you described earlier that extended internally into the vagina, where did that laceration end?
It ended on the internal vaginal wall.
Can you tell us where in relation to the cervix it ended?
If the person was standing upright, it would be below the cervix.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
And cross-examination by the defense whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Did you speak with the state during lunch?
About Lubbock, Texas, and about other old cases, but nothing related to this case.
Okay. Other old cases similar to this case?
No,
Okay. Thank you. The state approached you about testifying in this case in September of this year, correct?
that sounds right. I don't have my calendar, but that sounds right.
Right. And it's been about 10 years, I guess not quite 10 years, since you were actually practicing as medical examiner in Arizona.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one reason for that is that you had some medical issues, in California. I think you testified that you had gone to California, and those medical issues prevented you from traveling.
Yes, sir. I was on high-dose steroids, and I wasn't getting in an airplane.
Okay. And now those have subsided?
They're stable.
Okay. Okay. And because you're practicing in California, your Arizona license has expired.
Yes, a long time ago.
Okay. And from your involvement in February of 2025 in whatever time that you actually left Maricopa County, until September, you weren't involved in this case?
I don't think so. Maybe somebody made some phone calls, but I didn't have any defense interviews, prosecution interviews, and nothing like that. No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't testify in any other proceedings in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Is that typical?
Is that typical? When I leave a state, unless there's something unique or a strong need on one party's part or the other, they usually just farm it off to one of the other people locally here.
Okay. So it's common practice that if a medical examiner leaves to another area, then a current medical examiner in Maricopa County is assigned to represent the medical examiner in Maricopa County in a particular criminal case in Arizona?
Yeah, I had to do it for Dr. Schwartz here. I did it in Maricopa County for Dr. Schwartz, so yes.
So the reverse has happened when you're in Maricopa
Yeah, and in New York City as well.
County. Okay, thank you. Okay. And when the state contacted you, did you ask them to send you some materials to review?
Yes, sir. I asked them, because I had nothing, I had kept nothing from the office, so I asked them for the autopsy report and relevant photographs.
Okay, and some of the records you reviewed were the autopsy report, the photographs, transcripts from another medical examiner from another proceeding in this case?
Dr. Wallace, yes, sir.
Okay, and transcripts of the defense interview of that other medical examiner in this case?
I don't remember the defense interview, but I'm pretty sure I had it, yes, sir.
Okay, and the transcript was from a proceeding where that medical examiner testified in this case related to these issues?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And that
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury and will continue on with the cross-examination of this witness.
Back again.
Yes, sir.
So we're talking about, I think we're to the point that we're talking about what you looked at, prepare for your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you've also, the state gave us an opportunity to interview you, I think it was on September 25th.
Probably, yes, sir.
When I say us, that's the defense team, Jeff, I, and Martha. Do you recall that interview?
I recall the interview, yes, sir.
I think that was on Teams, a video interview.
Zoom or Teams, yes, sir, whichever.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. In that interview, I think asked you whether or not you had talked to Dr. Wallace, and you indicated that you had not talked to her, you didn't think it was appropriate to talk to her before at least our interview about this case.
Yeah, I haven't been in touch with Dr. Wallace for several years. I just recently emailed her.
Okay, so that was my next question, and that was whether or not, after your interview with us, whether or not you communicated with her.
I emailed her recently to say I'll have lunch with you while I'm in Phoenix, and she's in Hawaii. So,
Wow, okay.
doing locum tenens work.
Doing what?
Locum tenens, she's covering for the doctors there. That's her
Oh, okay.
busman's holiday.
Okay, thank you. In the interview that you had with us, we talked to you about what your recollections were, and you were, you were transparent with us, and you indicated that you independently remembered broad generalities about the autopsy, primarily the smell of bleach. Is that still the case as far as the broad categories without looking at documentation?
Yes, sir.
And we talked about one area of disagreement that you and Dr. Wallace had, which really is a,
Your Honor.
Sustained.
sorry,
Sustained.
what was the objection?
Hearsay.
Your Honor, can we approach?
You may.
And your opinions in this case. Do you disagree with any of the opinions of Dr. Wallace?
No, not that opinions I can remember. I probably should have described the laceration extending out into at least the labia minora. So I agree with that part. That's the part I can remember.
Okay. And that has to do with the length of the injuries to the vagina that Mr. Imbergino was talking to you about?
Not the length, but where does it start? At what level?
Okay. And what was the difference?
I thought it started closer to the introitus, the actual entryway, and actually it looks like in the pictures, I should have said that it is starting a little further out.
Okay. And normally, would you have taken pictures of what you were describing?
I did take pictures of what I was describing, and I probably should have described it extending further out.
Okay. Did you take pictures of the interior of the vagina that you recall?
I thought I did, but there are no pictures in the file.
Okay. Is it something that you may have forgotten to do?
Yes, I can't prove that I didn't do it, but to be able to see where that laceration goes, I would have had to exonerate the entire area. And that means knowing my routine now and my routine over the past years, I would probably take a picture.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that you've also, well, is that tissue still available if the state wanted to look at it?
I'm told it's not.
What is, okay,
I asked.
okay, thank you. Okay. You went to this, I believe you testified earlier that you went to the scene of the autopsy, the scene of the murder after the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
So you would have had the autopsy in the morning, and then I think you speculated, but you said you thought it would be in the afternoon of February the 19th.
I know it was the afternoon, and I think it was the afternoon of the autopsy day.
Okay. Is that something that's normal practice for you?
In Arizona, well, it depends on what jurisdiction I'm working. It was routine in New York City, in Maine, San Francisco. It's fairly rare in any of the Arizona jurisdictions.
Okay.
I've probably, between Pima and here, I've probably done it a dozen times over those years.
Okay. What raised your interest in wanting to visit the scene?
The complexity of the case with the fact that there were things on the lady such as hairs, little pieces of probably nothing, but still there, broken fingernails, to make sure they knew what the findings were. They still had their command center out there, so I just reported to them after taking a look at the scene.
Okay. And you'll agree that the injuries to the vagina were caused by blunt force?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Blunt force means something that can tear. It doesn't slice, it tears through tissue.
Okay. So how is that different than damage or an injury that occurs as a result of a sharp object?
A sharp object cleaves the lines of tissue and leaves usually even edges. A blunt force injury is something that tears, so there's undermining of the edges, bridging of tissue between it, irregularities, and frequently abrasion or contusion around it. It's just different.
And the injuries to Ms. Feldman's vagina were not those type of cutting injuries that you were just describing, correct?
Not by a very sharp object. Again, obviously, there's a spectrum from something that's very blunt like a baseball bat to something very sharp like a razor blade.
Okay.
I mean, what's a dull axe or a sharp axe? So it's somewhere in between.
Right.
So there's things that can be in between.
Okay. So let me see if I'm saying this right. So if you had say if you had a knife and that was used to cause an injury, there's portions of the knife that are actually blunt and not sharp. Even though it's a sharp instrument, the blunt section of the instrument might be used, and that would cause a blunt type of injuries.
That's theoretically possible if the right surface of the knife was used in an incorrect fashion. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's different than, say, a piece of glass, the sharp edge of a piece of glass.
Yes, sir. My next question to you would be, how sharp was the piece of glass?
Okay. If the piece of glass were sharp,
then it may produce injuries that are somewhere between a laceration and a incised or cut wound.
okay. you cannot prove or disprove whether the cap end of a broken beer bottle or the blunt end of the beer bottle could cause Miss Feldman's vaginal injuries.
If there was a blunt rounded end to the beer bottle, it's less likely, but not impossible. The capped end of the beer bottle would be more likely.
But you can't prove or disprove that
That's,
proposition.
that's correct, sir.
It's a speculation.
No, it's not a speculation, it's a matter of probabilities.
It's a probability.
Yeah.
Okay. You knew nothing about any bottle at the scene prior to your being brought into this case in September of this year.
To the best of my recollection, no, I did not.
You talked about what could cause those injuries to the vagina. And I think you had talked about a myriad of things, like you talked about a crack pipe,
Yes, sir.
for example. And I think earlier in your testimony, you had indicated that you had actually had that happen.
Yeah, the crack pipe was in New York, the hairbrush was New York, some bottles were in Maine. And there's been others, but I can't put them perfectly in my mind.
Okay. And in those cases, did you absolutely know which objects had caused those injuries?
In the 3 specific cases I mentioned, yes.
Okay. And those injuries were similar to the injuries that you saw here.
They were tearing injuries with blunt force around, with contusion type blunt force around them. Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Swiffer mop is?
I use it all the time.
Okay. Could the handle of a Swiffer mop be used to cause these injuries?
I don't know. I'm not sure, because it's not a very sturdy instrument. I don't know.
Okay. A hammer handle.
Hammer handle? Possibly. Again, you'd want something that is more likely to tear rather than just bludgeon. Because if it just bludgeoned, it would just produce bruises and not tears.
Yes, you're saying, so the head of the hammer hitting someone would be different than the handle of the hammer.
We're talking about a typical hardware hammer. Yes, sir.
Okay. See. Do you remember having any conversations around the time of your autopsy with the police about whether or not it would have been a large instrument that caused the injuries to the vagina?
No, I don't remember. I probably had conversation with the police, but I don't remember any of those conversations, and I didn't document them.
Okay, and no conversations that it would have been a shallow object?
Same answer.
You indicated that it's unlikely that a penis could cause those injuries, but it's possible a penis could cause injuries, correct?
In a young individual, it's almost impossible. It's to the point of, in my opinion, being absurd for the depth of those injuries. In an elderly person, it is possible.
Okay. Yeah, I remember the conversation we had about that. Do you recall whether or not there's any record, at least from your autopsy, of any shards of glass being found anywhere in or on Ms. Feldman?
I didn't find any, no, sir.
I want to ask you some questions about what your role is as a medical examiner. Your primary role is to document the injuries that you see. Is that correct?
That's a primary role, yes, sir.
In relation to the injuries
Yes, sir.
and to determine the cause of death?
And in Arizona, I believe the manner of death as well.
And your job isn't to speculate about what might have been the cause of those injuries.
My job is not to speculate in general, to offer investigators insight as to what they might be looking for is part of my job, but I don't remember anything specific in this case.
Okay. And your intent is to be independent, not representing one side or the other.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to jump around, so now I want to talk
Yes, sir.
about the some of the statements that you made about strangulation. You didn't find any evidence that would inform your opinion as to how many seconds it took for Ms. Feldman to become unconscious, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And you don't have any idea what the sequence of the injuries were?
Only that she's alive during the majority, well, all the injuries I've described. The face, the head, the neck, the chest, the vagina. She's alive. But I cannot sequence them. No, sir.
Thank you. And you can't say how many people might have been involved in those injuries from an assault standpoint?
Mean whether there's more than one perpetrator? No, I can't tell.
And generally, you can't say whether or not Ms. Feldman was conscious or unconscious at the time she got those injuries.
It depends upon the injuries. The asphyxial injuries are going to lead to unconsciousness if they are persisting. The head injuries could lead to unconsciousness, but do I know at one point she became unconscious or could have become unconscious? I don't know.
Okay. And you talked about collecting swabs from a sexual assault kit as part of a sexual assault kit?
Usually they have open box with the components to it there, still sterile. So I would have collected whatever made sense, knowing that her body had been hit by bleach.
Okay, so there's like a box of, are they swabs or what is in the box?
Well, we'd have to go back to whatever the list is, but in some places, if we're only using part of the kit, we save the other parts to be used later on if there's need. Like,
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't be doing a breast swab on her because there's bleach there. I wouldn't be doing a pubic hair sample because her hair was shaved. You know, so certain things in the kit wouldn't matter.
Right.
I know the minimum I would have done would have been an anal and vaginal swab and probably an oral swab. And I may have pulled head hair, I don't know.
Okay. Is a sexual assault kit, is that, in layman's term, is that a rape kit? Are they the same thing?
Very similar. California, we have actually specific rape kits now.
Okay, okay. Do you know whether any of the swabs that were taken in the genital area came back as unknowns?
No, I don't know what any of the results were. I was under the impression they were negative, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. When you talked about using the sexual assault kit and taking swabs under visualization, what did you mean?
I mean that I open up the area so that I can see into the vagina and see down to the cervix so that I'm sampling in the right place. Back in those years, it would have been the walls of the vagina near the cervix. And same thing with the anus, making sure that I'm not getting any cross-contamination.
Okay, okay. I was thinking when you said visualization, it was just what you could see with the naked eye, but you actually incised the area so you could see more clearly.
I didn't know if I incised the areas, but I was able to open it up enough to be able to see directly in those spots.
Did you notice any semen?
No.
Okay. Was there blood on the soles of Miss Feldman's feet?
No.
Did you notice a mark, or is there a record of a mark on Miss Feldman's ACF?
Antecubital fossa?
Yes.
I don't remember that unless it's a bleach mark, but you'd have to point it out in a picture to see that, but I don't remember anything. No, sir.
Do you recall making a swab of that area?
No, I don't remember. If I did, that's fine, but I don't remember doing it.
Okay. And what is that area?
Just what it says, antecubital fossa, it's the opposite side from your elbow. It's a side where you bend your arm in. It's the place where doctors often put IVs or draw blood samples from.
Okay, so it's the inside of the elbow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And I believe you indicated that you could smell the bleach on Miss Feldman's body.
Yes, sir.
During the autopsy and also at the scene.
Yes, sir.
Can we talk about the blunt force injury that you talked about to Mrs. Feldman's chest.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I believe you may have not used, today, you may have not used the term broad blunt force, but was it a broad blunt force?
Broadly based blunt force, yes, sir.
And how do you know that?
When blunt force is more localized, then you tend to see something on the skin or at least in the subcutaneous tissue like a band of bruising, like I see with motor vehicles with seat harnesses and stuff like that. And there was nothing like that on the front of the torso, and I actually looked under the skin in the back of her torso to make sure I wasn't missing it, and it wasn't there. So for me to get the force into the torso, the upper torso, the chest, would require a very broadly based force.
Okay. And so when the state was talking to you about the pool, was it your intent that it was the broadly based concrete that was the force that caused?
Well, that would be one side of the force, and the other side would be somebody pushing, kicking, somehow thrusting her, but in such a fashion that, again, the force is broadly based. So the pool is a possibility.
Okay, so that explanation would be that she would have broad-based force on the front and the back.
Yeah, she was squeezed
Okay, and that could have been someone thrusting her down, for example.
onto the floor, onto the wall of the pool, onto whatever, something sitting on a person, but very forcefully and abruptly.
Okay, that was the word I was looking for, abruptly. So
Yeah.
it'd be something that happened, bam.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wonder if I can just have a minute? Thank you. That's all I have.
And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
Doctor, you mentioned to counsel that oftentimes when a medical examiner, a pathologist like yourself, leaves one office and goes to another, that you're not always asked to return to testify about the autopsy that you performed personally, correct?
You're neither asked and sometimes you can't.
And then you've done that yourself.
I've testified in New York City, I know for sure, in Arizona, again for Dr. Schwartz, who's retired now. I think in San Francisco, but I'm not sure. But yes, sir.
My question to you is, assuming that you're alive,
I believe I am still, sir.
that you still have your cognitive abilities, who best to describe what you saw during this autopsy? Who's the best person to describe what you saw?
I would think that I would be pretty good to describe what I saw.
Counsel asked you, I don't remember the exact question, but referred to purposes of why, if I understood the question, you conduct an autopsy. And I think you said to determine a cause of death and or maybe perhaps a manner of death, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you determine a cause of death of Miss Feldman in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
I have to refer to my report for the wording. Asphyxia due to compression of the neck and possible compression of the torso, other significant conditions, blunt injuries with bleeding.
You also mentioned, counsel asked you, did you observe what might have been I think he used the term semen. I'm gonna use the term seminal fluid. And you said no, correct?
That's correct.
If the person who murdered Ms. Feldman did not penetrate her vagina with their penis, but with an object, would you expect to see seminal fluid?
Well, then it would have never reached that location, no, sir.
Um, you also, if I understood you, when you were talking about swabbing, that some areas, correct me if I'm wrong, I may have misunderstood, of the sexual assault kit, you did not collect certain things because of the bleach?
Well, sexual assault kits have been evolving over the years. And what we used to do decades ago is different than what we do now. I don't remember exactly what the routine was in 2015. I just followed what the text handed me and to do things. But I know I wouldn't have collected certain things because they would have been irrelevant or downright misleading. I mean, there was no pubic hair. There was bleach over the body, so I wouldn't do my dry and wet swabs of the breasts and other places.
Because of the bleach.
Because of that particular case, its individual merits don't warrant it, in fact, contraindicated.
Can the bleach interfere with the collection of evidence by yourself?
Yes, of course, it's destructive. It's the best thing to disinfect anything, which would mean it would denature proteins, destroy things, destroy DNA, everything else. And if nothing else, it dilutes things, washes them away.
No further questions. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the jury has a question for this witness, we will collect it at this time. And counsel, you may approach. For you from the jury. In your opinion, how long would bleach have to be in contact with the skin in order for the yellowing of the skin to take place?
I'm not sure of an exact time frame, but it obviously has to be more than just a couple of minutes. It's probably going to be in the range of several hours, more likely than not, but I don't have a scientific paper to tell you that I can refer to.
Any follow-up by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, due to scheduling of witnesses, we're going to conclude for today. We will resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight. Please do not watch any news stories about this case, read any news stories about this case or anyone involved in the case. Please don't talk to your friends or family about the case, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 10:30. Thank you.